Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Let me know if the sound is okay. There have been all sorts of issues with OBS that Tris has been battling. So hopefully all the filters and everything got set up, so it should hopefully be like normal, but we shall see. Let's see, do I have announcements? So I published a puzzle, and then Simon did the puzzle, and then I did a reaction stream to the puzzle. So if you are interested in seeing that, if you have not seen it, Frankenstein was the puzzle. I would encourage you to go back and look at that. I actually just set a puzzle yesterday that I put in testing in CTC, actually only a little bit before this stream, so we'll see how that goes. Although I see I have a ping, so hopefully the ping is someone saying they succeeded. Let's see. Oh, I see. Bataku believes it was like a difficulty 3 and not a difficulty 4. Medium range 3 at best. Okay, good to know. So anyway, it is I promise to not exclusively do puzzles that are based on modular stuff, but this one is mod 4. And using some lines by Full Deck and missing a few cards that we did a puzzle from on stream a long while back. It was the rule is that every 3 digits that are adjacent along one of the lines have to be different mod 4. So it's not as strict as an entropic line, because it's not like every 4 have to have one of each. It's just that you can't cram 2 that are the same too close together along a line. So I enjoyed that puzzle, and then it sort of lurked in the back recesses of my mind, and I made a puzzle with it that I think is quite nice. I am quite proud of it. I would encourage you to have a look if you're interested. It'll be on LMD after it makes it through testing. Also, I continue to post Let's Plays of Lingo and Blueprints. I can tell you that in my present, which is somewhat in your future, I've started doing Lingo 2. So you can look forward to eventually the Lingo transitioning over to Lingo 2. And eventually the Blueprints transitioning over to Lorelei and the Laser Eye, I believe is going to be my next thing to tackle there. Also, just in terms of going through the offerings on our stream, in case you have not noticed these things, I've also started a puzzle series called Invitation to Puzzles, where 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I think, we do a introductory level puzzle in a variety of genres. So both Sudoku and pencil puzzle things. My rough plan is to do Sudoku Mondays and pencil puzzles Wednesdays and Fridays, because the Sudoku are usually much longer than the pencil puzzles. So anyway, so if you're interested in getting into those, you can give that a look. So with all that out of the way, let's jump into Sumthing by ThePedallingPianist. So we have X sum lines. If the digits at the end of a line are X and Y, then the X digits... I need to turn on this fan. I'm going to be right back, because it is way too hot in here. But I'll be back in a minute. But I need to figure out the sound settings. So I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. I think that's okay. Let me know if things are weird because the fan is on. Most of the AI sound processing is pretty good, but again, like I said, all the settings in OBS got completely garbled. Okay, so sorry, we were reading this. If the digits at each end of a line are X and Y, then the first X digits on the line starting from X must sum to the same total as the first Y digits on the line starting from Y. So it's like an X sum in one direction and a Y sum in the other. X and Y needn't necessarily be different numbers. They can't exceed the number of cells on the line. And I guess that means that, for example, on this line, we may well not use all the digits. So it might be the case that, like, if this was a 3 and this was a 2, then we might only use these, and then the rest of the digits on the line would be completely irrelevant. So that is interesting. All right, so let's have a look. So certainly these digits can't be more than 5. Oops, my keypad is off. Because of the length being 5. And we can do much better than that, I think, because it can't be 1, because if one of them is 1, then the sum for the line is 1, and 1 is not a good sum for the line to have. Also, 5 isn't going to work, because if one of the ends is 5, then we're summing the whole line for one of them and not the whole line for the other, and the whole line and not the whole line are not going to have the same sum. So these are only actually from 2, 3, 4. Seems very likely to me that we could do any combination of 2, 3, and 4, or that maybe there's some trick that I'm not appreciating. Oh, these could just be 1. See, Martin says 2 and 4 doesn't work. Yeah, so yeah, if it's 2 and 4, right. Then my sum to 4, let's just say that was the sum to 4, is equal to the sum to 2, except the problem is that in this universe, this digit is a 2, and so we're actually saying that 2 is the sum of those 3. That doesn't work. Okay, so I agree with Martin. What we actually have here is we have an X-wing, a true X-wing, not a Zach-wing, sorry, Zach, a true X-wing on 3s in these two cases, because 2, 4 doesn't work. So maybe then we should look at this cell, because these 3, there being 2 3s in here means that none of these digits can be 3. So in particular, this digit can't be 3. So if I write in what this can be, it's not 3. It's also not 6 or 1 for the reasons previously noted. Let's see. If this is 5, what are the plausible values for the other side? I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what you're talking about, Peter. You may not understand how the lines work. Yeah, the fact that, like, both of those ends can be 1, though, is hilarious. I guess these are also pretty small, because these also, like, maybe I'm just trying to, like, put pressure on column 5, because these, again, are at least 2. 3, 4, certainly at most. Oh, I guess this one could be 6, right? I think one of these could, in principle, be 6. That seems difficult. Uh, 5 would certainly make it at least 15. Oh, I didn't mention, by the way, this puzzle, we're doing this puzzle because it was voted on by the windmills, and if I scroll back, I can tell you who voted for it. Sorry, the people who voted for this are David, Dorlier, Russ, David, Nell, and Luda. So, yes, so thank you for your support. Okay, I'm being told by Todd that 3, 4 actually doesn't work. So just to sort of fill that in, if I did a 3 and a 4, what I would be saying is that, so what I'm claiming, these two overlap. And so this is the 3, and so these two need to sum to 3, but one of them is a 4. So that's not going to work. So I agree, actually, 3, 4 does not work. So these are, in fact, actual honest 2, 3 pairs. Which means now actually that's not a 2. So now instead of an X-wing, now we have boring 2, 3 pairs, tragically. So we're saying that a sum of 2 of these is equal to a sum of 3 of them. This one's part of the 3 for sure. Okay, so this is 4 or 5. Okay, so we're claiming that 5, so by where Martin is claiming 5 doesn't work because there's nothing I could make this. I would certainly have to do at least 3. Right, this digit, right, okay, so yeah, in this instance, this digit has to make up all of the gap. And in particular, what that means is that this digit, well, we didn't give a good proof of the 3, 4, is what I'm learning, Emma, because I agree that it should be the same proof, but it's not the proof we gave. Because the point is, if this is a 5, now this lonely digit is the only thing on the side of the scale with however many of these digits I want, which means that it needs to balance out, among other things, the 5, which means it needs to be bigger than 5, which would mean it's at least 6, but then it's the whole line and that doesn't work. So I agree this digit is in fact actually a 4. And then we get to bring out Zach for our 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, these aren't 4s anymore. And we can actually, for real, color that. And so now, let's see. If this is 2, we're just saying that the sum of these 2 digits is the same as the sum of these 4 digits. I don't think that actually works. Although I think it might be fiddly to prove. Because if this is a 2, then we're saying this 2-cell sum is at least 10. But it couldn't be 10 because I can't get to that. Yeah, I guess, here's the nice way to do it. If this is a 2, then this sum is at least 1, 3, 4, 5. But 1, 3, 4, 5 is 13, so this digit would need to be at least 11. So this isn't 2. This digit's at least 3. And we've already established this digit can't be 5 by previous work, because if it were 5, it would be the same as that being 5. And so the only candidate for this digit is, in fact, 3. Okay, and so we can do let's do orange. And we're just going to just delete this digit and just say it doesn't matter. So these 2 have the same sum as these 3, is what's happening here. So these sum to at most 12. And so these also sum to at most 12. So I guess that's saying these 2 sum to 1 less than this digit is, I guess, another way to say it. I certainly need a 1 or a 2 in here, or this is going to blow up, but I don't know that I can say a whole lot more than that. Oh, I guess I can bound this. Yeah, Emma is right. I can certainly bound this from below, because we could say this sums to a minimum of 7, so this needs to be at least 4. I agree. Hey, Paulfly, how are you doing? Now, Now, which is worse? This being 5, 6, which seems bad, or one of these digits being 2? Because one of those universes has to be true. And I don't know which universe it is, but both of them seem catastrophic. So one of these is at least as big as 5, and so is summing a minimum of 5 digits. So what is the smallest that sum of 5 digits can be? It would be 5 plus, and then it looks like I could do 1, 2, 1, 2. So that would be 11. So 2, 9 would just work if that were the 5. I don't think this... Sorry, if this is the 5, I don't think that can be 2. So I guess I should say I don't think this digit can be 2. Because if this digit is 2, then I'm summing at least 5 digits over here. Oh, maybe that works out similarly. Not quite sure. Yes, 6 is the same problem that we've seen before, where if one of them is 6, then we're highlighting these 6 cells, and no matter what this is, this cell has to end up equal to whatever the leftovers are, but the leftovers include a 6. So indeed, these are 2, 5. I agree. Okay, and so I think by argument that we've given, I think whichever of these is 5, let's see, if this one is the one that's 5, then we get 5 plus 1 to 1 would be 4 plus 1. Sorry, I'm trying to do this. I think this side was easy. I think this side is trickier to maximize the 5. So it would be these 5 digits. And the question is, what is the minimum sum of these 5 digits? And I feel like we could sneak some 1s, but we have to keep in mind in that universe that this is a 2. And so we can't put a 2 anywhere. Is the point that I should say that these cells sum to at most 10? That seems horrible. Yeah, I don't think there's any good way to handle this. I think it's going to be ugly no matter what I do. Okay, so now it is true from what Todd says. If I don't use a 1 here, now I'm obligated to use at minimum 6, 7 because I've used everything else. So that's not going to work. So definitely one of these is a 1. And actually, the minimum I can do is 1, 6, right? Which would be 11. So that already tells me that this is only an 8 or a 9. So this is 1, 6, or 7. Going to 11 or 12. Martin says this is now 6 or 7. Why do I care if this is 6 or 7? I don't see how you could know anything about this digit. The constraint doesn't say anything about it. Oh, I see. You're saying, okay, so I see. You're making an argument that doesn't really have anything to do with Sudoku in this column. So it's not 2, 3, 4, or 5 by Sudoku in this column. It's not 1 by Sudoku in the column. But now you look at how long this line is and see that it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long. And so it uh, can't be anything but 6. No, it could be 7. Sorry, it's 6 or 7. It can't be 8 or 9. So this is the other 8, 9 in the column. But because of the way this works, this is the same digit. Because if this is 7, that's the whole line, then this needs to be 7. And if this is the 6, then this is all but that, which means that that also has to be the 6. So these two are the same digit. They can be ketchuped. Okay. Oh, excellent. Glad to hear it, Laura. Yeah, I love the CTC Discord for a wide variety of stuff that appears there, uh, including particularly the daily pencil puzzles, the daily Sudoku, and currently I'm also enjoying the Ubon series, which sadly is coming close to being over. Okay, so now this line we could just delete from the grid. It doesn't do anything anymore. Uh, let's see. Uh, maybe I should just try and sum this whole line. Maybe that's the more efficient way to do it. What is the minimum sum this whole line can have? And so, oh, excellent. Super happy to hear it, Bertie. Uh, how did that go? What kind of puzzle did you make? Uh, so if I look at this, these are 7. These are at a minimum 3. That would be 10, plus another minimum of 3. Uh, that would be 13. Plus a minimum of 1. That would be 14. So the minimum sum here, I guess, is 14, which means I guess the sum is a minimum of 7. Which is, I guess, not super exciting. Let's see. Martin is looking at these, which if you look at the line is only length 8. And so because of the way the ends of this line work, these things can't be larger than 8. But remember, they can't be 1, and they can't be 8, and they can't be 7 either because of the sort of the way the kind of overlap works if you make it length 7. But this one also sees a 2, 3 in the row via the magic of Sudoku. So this one is a 5 or a 6. Now, that means this sums at least this far, which if you look at the minimum sum of this, I'm actually going to do the minimum sum of this, would be 1, 2, 4, 5 because of this 2, 3 here. So that would be 12 plus 5 is 17 is the minimum that this 5 or 6 gives us. Well, that means this can't be a 2. I realize that was a lot of work to say that can't be a 2, but that can't be a 2. Yeah, working with 4x4 and 6x6 grids is great. I actually find 6x6 to be the easiest to work with. I find 4x4 is so small that I have a hard time working with it, but 6x6 is great. Okay, so do I want these to be a 5, 6 pair, or do I want this to be a 3 is, I guess, the question. Or I guess maybe I could ask the question, can this really be 3, 5? Because otherwise there's a 6 in it, and that tells me what this is. But that doesn't sound incredibly appealing, if I'm honest. I tried that before and it didn't work, but let's try it again. So Todd says if this is 2, it doesn't work. Oh, when I did it before, I didn't know about this 8-9 pair. Right. So if this is 2, now the maximum I can do is 2, 7 is 9. But this 5 then would be summing a minimum of 3 there. So that's already too big, even if both of these are 1. So yeah, I agree that this can't be the 2. So that's the 5 and that's the 2. And we can do our coloring. 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. And we know that this number here is a minimum of, okay, so this is the easy minimum. It's a minimum of 9, actually, right? Yeah, it's a minimum of 9 because these are at least a 1-2 pair and a 1-2 pair. And we actually know the order of the 1 and the 2 running through there. So that gives me the 3 and the 2 and the 3 and the 2 over there. Perfect example of why that pair isn't a deadly pattern, because they're not in box, or because they don't all share a box, which can be slightly subtle. 5 plus 1, 2 plus 1, 2 AFK is 11, and so 2 plus 9 is 11. Okay, so we can mark off this. And we can mark off this. Okay. Oh, I wanted to do this with numbers. Do I know anything? Okay, so I do know there's a 1. I know there's a 1 down here, and I know where it goes. Because I can't put a 1 here by Sudoku, and if I put a 1 here, I have to put a 1 here, and I can't, so therefore this is a 1. Therefore there is a 1 over down here somewhere. Notably, if that's a 1, then that's a 1, but I don't think I know anything about that yet. I also know there's a 2 down here in one of these cells. Just by doing some Sudoku. Let's see. Can I do any other useful Sudoku? I know there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells, I suppose. That doesn't seem useful. I was trying to see if I could do anything with the 6, 7, but I don't know that I can. Oh, 2 in box 5. That's interesting. So 2 in box 5 is actually in one of these 2 cells. If this were a 2, that might be a problem, because the sum would be at most 9. Whereas on the other hand, if I look over here, in the universe where this is a 2 and I need the sum to be at least 9, well, I know this number here is at least 4. And so 4 plus, and then 3 digits from here would be at least 1, 4, 5. That would be at least 14. That doesn't work. So in fact, I agree the 2 is here. And I should probably actually mark that this is at least 4. Let's see. This line is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 long. So yeah, but I know this isn't an 8 or a 9 because I actually know this isn't an 8 or a 9. Which is helpful. And so this is again a minimum of 14, but could be considerably larger. I agree that 2 is actually now placed here, and we get a 2 in one of these 2. Funnily enough, 2 here and 2 here works just fine. I'm wondering if 4 and 4 works. Seems plausible. Okay. Let's see. So we get that. Good point. This cell is now 4, 5, or 6, so that's interesting. If this is 5, that has to be 5, and that doesn't work. So yeah, so if this can't actually be 5, because this would have to be 5. Oh, is this the cell? Oh, sorry, this is the cell that Emma was trying. I thought Emma was claiming this could only be 4 or 6, and I was like, I am not willing to think about that. Okay, so if this is 6, then this is also 6. If this is 4, then I guess we're just claiming that these two are equal in sum to... Oh, we could... Yeah, I guess it would depend on if this was also 4. This could be 3 or something. Yeah, See, Emma says they always match. I find that plausible. But then Emma admits that they forgot that 3 exists. Do we know that the 1 isn't in one of these 3 cells? I know that's not a 1. In fact, I probably should actually mark what I know this digit is at minimum, because this is at least 314, which is 8. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9 at the very least. Does Hunter need a 1 is an excellent question. If Hunter doesn't have a 1, then these are at least 3, 4, 5. Yes, and so 3, 4, 5 is 12, right? So yeah, so Hunter does need a 1, which is great, because it gives us a Zach wing on 1s, which then pushes the 1 over here into exactly that cell. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 is just too big if I don't put a 1 there. So now I can't put a 1 here anymore, because if I put a 1 in that cell, I'm obligated to put a 1 in that cell. And I can't put a 1 here anymore, because there's a 1 looking down at it. So now that's a 1, and that's a 2, and now that's a 2. And now these are the same digit that's not red circle. It can be red X. Oh, yeah. So now if there's no 1 in here, then these are a minimum of 4, 5, which is too big. So now that's a 1. So these differ by 2, I guess, is the joke. 1 is placed in box 6 now. And is that the last 1 in the grid? Oh, no, we've still got this little Zach wing of 1s, right? So this sum is going to be enormous, but it could just be the same one. I don't see a message from João. Oh, weirdly, the message I see from João is from after Martin said João has a good point. Row 2, column 4 can't be 3. Makes a 5, 6 pair in box 2 and some damage. Oh, are we just sort of minning the sum of these now? Yeah, so if it's this 2, right? It's this 2. Because now if this is a 3, now the maximum sum here is 14. And this sum is going to be way more than 14, given that it's already 15 if I do no thinking at all. Hey, Pause, how are you doing? I hope you sleep well when you turn in. So I agree this can't be 3 now, owing to that too. Good use of Sudoku and setting. So these are 1, 7. And so now the sum here of these yellow digits is 12, which means these need to sum to 12. So that's a 9 and an 8. So that is not an 8. This is not a 5 or a 6 anymore. Yes, distinction is great. 2. So these are 3, 7. No, not 8. 3, 8, 9 is what these are. And so I guess then the question is, where do 8 and 9 go? Oh, sorry. I guess I don't know about 8 and 9, but I know that 8 at least goes in one of these two. Right. The 1, 7 looks down and makes red circle 6. I agree. Okay, and so now these must be both equal, right? If one of them is 7, maybe they don't. I don't really think I want to think about it at the moment. But 5, 6 form a virtual pair here, points out several people in several different ways, because this is the other 4, 7. Because of roping, and so now these are 4, 7, and these are 3, 8. Now 7 is just not a valid choice for this this digit because it's too big. So that's a 4, which makes that a 7, which now means this can't be a 6. So it has to be a 4. I was spared by procrastinating long enough. I was spared thinking about this. Okay, so if I do my royal purple and imposter yellow here, then we see that 4 plus 7 is equal to 4 plus question mark, and we can solve the equation. This over here is 4. My brain keeps having the impulse that, oh no, I'm screwing up the coloring because I haven't colored everything, but that's not how this puzzle works. I suppose in principle I could write down what this could be, since these two are the same and they see some digits, but I don't know that I really want to. See, that's the kind of math that I want to put off until I don't have to do it, Ilm. But I think you're right. I think this probably has to be 4, but I got to add a lot of numbers to convince myself that this can't be 7, I think. Let's see. What's left in this row? We've still got a 3, 4, 5, and 8. So that's not a 4. That's not a 4. That's not a 3. So we've almost placed the 4 in the row. We know it goes in one of those places. Oh, and we know it doesn't. Oh, sorry. No, we don't know it doesn't go there. Okay, so people want me to do math on these cells. So if I just write in what's left in the column, we've got 5, 7, 8, 9. So this sum needs to be at most 11. So, sorry, this sum's at most 11. So this sum is at most 11. And ergo, this number can't be 8 or 9. It would make it too big. So this is a 5 or a 7. But if you think about what we said before, these two numbers differ by 2, with this one being the one that's 2 bigger. That makes this a 7 or a 9. And one of these is definitely a 7 for what it's worth. which gives us a little wing on 7s that pushes 7 into one of these two cells, but we know which one because that one we know isn't a 7. Oh, I guess we also know this one isn't a 7 by the same thing, but my Sudoku explanation was better, and you know it. Okay. So let's see. I guess I could exhaust doing this. I know one of these two is a 7. It is true, these 7s do look down. Means one of these is an 8. Let's see. Okay, so I guess I might as well note what happens here. So, like, this digit can't be a 9, because if this digit was a 9, I would need these to be 1, 7. So this is 6 or 7, and so 2, 6 would make this 1, 4. 2, 7 would make this 1, 5. So we know that there's a 4 or 5 over here to go with a 1. Okay, AFK really wants me to do this heinous math. So if this is a 7, then we know those sum to 11 plus these 5 digits. And I guess I do know, it might help to fill in I know these. This will make the math a little better. So if this is a 7, then what we're saying is, if we sort of exile the overlap, that these... oh, sorry, there we go. We're saying that these 2 equal these 5. Yeah, that doesn't quite work yet. So, so if we look at it, if this were 7, for the record, this is completely heinous. But yeah, if this is 7, then you're saying that these 5 cells have the same sum as these 2. But that's 11 plus 15 is 26, and I can't make these 2 sum to 26. So that's 4 and 7 in that way. So we can give these 4 their color. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so we've got just these 3 equal these 3. Row 2, column 4 isn't 5 by outies. First words I heard were, "This is completely heinous," so whatever this is, I'm in. Excellent, excellent. I'm trying to understand it by outies. Like, are we doing the, like, if this is 5, then this is 6, and doing the cancellation and figuring out exactly what's happening? I guess we can do that. So, oh, sorry, we're saying this isn't 5. So if this is 5, then this is 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so we'd be saying those 3 equal those 2, and these 3 sum to more than those 2 because this number is too big, is, I guess, the point. So this is 6 and this is 5. Uh, let's see. We'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do that. We'll get rid of those colors. Okay, so this digit is a minimum of 3. Uh, uh, for me, it feels like a lot of steps look ahead anytime you're doing like the 5 and the 6 can't go in this direction because 17-minute long argument, then it goes the other way is the kind of thing that I find really icky. Uh, but if you're better at visualizing exactly where the crisscross happens, then it's probably a little bit better. Uh, okay, so these are 6, 8, 9, just for the record. So we can just sort of bash it. So if this is 5, 6, then this is 3. If this is 5, 8, then this is 5. I'm being told it's not 6, 8, 9. Oh, I see. People are just looking at the. I see. I see. Uh, right. So yeah. So the point is also fill in. This is 6, 8, 9. So that gives me an 8, 9 pair over there, which makes this 6. And now this is a 3, which is better. So now that's a 3. That is much better. Okay, so now I don't care what these are anymore. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what these are, which YouTube must have really liked the comments, Matt Laffey. That is that is the best the best guess I have for you. Uh, 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 okay. Oh no, you lost your crown. Oh yes, this is also red X, right? Agree. So one of these two is red X. One of these two is 6, I suppose. Let's see. This is probably about mathing this stuff. Like, we can figure out the parity of this digit at least. Because we know that these oh god, yeah, this is we can, but it's going to be a bit of a homework exercise, I suppose, to figure out the parity of this. Uh, okay, so these two sets have different parity, so they have an odd sum. So this is all an odd sum. And so therefore this is even. I got a different answer than chat. Okay, so these two definitely have different parities. So that's odd. That's odd, and therefore this is even. Okay, so this is a 6. Okay, you two think it is even. Good. Okay. So then I guess we filter in what these digits are. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this isn't 4 or 8. This isn't 7 or 9. This isn't 7 or 9. This isn't 4. I was hoping that this would be more exciting than it actually was. Oh, that 6 looks at a 7. Okay, that did do something. I was too focused on letting this resolve this, but yeah, but we can instead do it this way and say that 2, 7 is 9, so this is 1, 3, 5. So this isn't 5. So that's a 4, 8. And the things left in the column are 4, 8, 9, and 6. Oh, and neither of those are 4. So actually, we now know where the 4 is in this column. It's now there. Okay. 7 in row 6 is definitely over here. Oh, and it's not there even. It's definitely I even corner marked 7 into a cell that already was not was already marked as not being able to be 7. So these two have the same sum as these two, and if we do a little math, we can figure out what that sum is, because these sum to 4, 5 plus 8, 9 is 26. And so they need to each sum to 13. And so one of these is 5, 8, and one of them is 4, 9. So this is not 5, because 5 would go with 8. Yeah, that's maybe not as exciting as I had hoped it would be. I guess I now know that one of these two is 4, but I don't think that's interesting. 7 in column 3 now goes there. I agree. Let's see. Oh, we do have a 1. I saw it, but for some reason, AFK, each time you said it, I kept reading row 3 as row 2, and I kept trying to figure out, like, is AFK seeing some, Pedaling Pianist was here. But yes, I agree. There is a 1, 5, 7 triple in the actual row 3, meaning that this is not a 5. Okay, so if a lovely salad. Ooh, what is in the lovely salad? I could go with a lovely salad. Yeah, the rest of the rows 4, 6, 8, 9. That's not a 4. It is true. One of these two cells is a 5, which means this isn't a 5. This is just an 8 or a 9, apparently. Ooh, that sounds great, Pedaling Pianist. One of these two is a 4. Oh, right. We have a virtual 8, 9 pair, right? Because one of these two, remember, sum to whatever it is. So they have an 8, 9 in them, and so that means this is not 8 or 9 at least. So this is 4 or 5. And so one of these is an 8 now. So that is not an 8, and that is a 3. Which makes those a 5, 8 pair. which makes x 9, which will maybe do some more damage. That 5-8 pair has made that a 6, actually. I filled that in wrong. Has made that a 6 and that an 8. And this is something. I conjecture it's a 3. 9, 3. 5, 8, 4, 9. 8, 4. 7, 5, 9, 1, 7, 1, 5, 6, 4. And now we can probably mark the grid, and I think we have succeeded. I like this rule. I think this has potential. 5 and 8. I do think it's a little hard to control how much math you have to do with it. Like this was over my personal tolerance for amount of arithmetic by a bit, but I really liked the rule and I really liked figuring out the lines. And there were some very surprising, oh, you actually can't do that combinations that were very interesting. So I really like this. I think this has a lot of potential and it's very nice execution. It's very weird how much of these lines is completely extraneous. A lot of these lines don't really do anything. But very nice. I enjoyed that. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, and thank you for fanning Screaming Ice Cube. Let's get you a fan dance. Boop boop doop. Woo! Boop boop doop. Wah! Boop boop doop. Wee! Ba-da 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 ba-da. Wah! Thank you, Zach, and thank you, Screaming Ice Cube, for the support. Let's see. We have a double arrow puzzle here by Damo89. I'm not 100% sure if I've done a Damo89 puzzle before. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I think so. In chat, Pedaling Pianist was talking about the back and forth between would you rather have a slightly case checky step that you're not a huge fan of and keep the grid and rule set clean, or would you rather add in a black dot or a white dot or a even square or something like that so that like you love every step of your puzzle? And I think this is definitely I don't think there's a single right answer to this. If you look at how many of my puzzles have a single black dot, you might guess which side I fall on. But I do think I do think it also depends somewhat on the audience as well. So like if your puzzle is 4 or 5 stars in difficulty, then I assume there's probably almost no one who is going to solve the puzzle who doesn't know what a black dot or a white dot is without looking. And so that is a big thing. I will say for me, actually, like the amount that I bitch about steps in puzzles is great for my setting, because I know people will complain about steps in my puzzles that I put there if it's something I would complain about. So I am. It certainly makes me more careful about these sorts of things. The fact that I solve more than I set nowadays and do so publicly. But yeah, I think it's all a matter of taste. And I know there are a lot of people who really prioritize the sort of the purity of keeping their puzzle. Like, if I'm going to use this one rule set, I'm going to use this one rule set. And I think that's completely respectable. But also black dots are very pretty. I just have to say that. All right, so let's have a look here at this double arrow puzzle by Damo89. In a double arrow, which they look a lot like between lines, sometimes you'll see them purple, sometimes you'll see them thicker, etc. There are a lot of different ways of sort of trying to distinguish it, but anyway, these are double arrows, not between lines. And the way it works is that the sum of the digits on a line is equal to the sum of the digits in the 2 circles. And so if you look, for example, a few people are pointing out there's lots of lines with 5 cells on them that are different. And so if you look at those digits, for example, these sum to a minimum of 15. And so that means these two need to sum to a minimum of 15. So they're from 6, 7, 8, 9. And likewise with these digits, they are all from 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, people in chat have noticed a fancier thing, which is that this digit, you can't actually put it on the line. Because if you do, then you could sort of cancel those like in the previous puzzle. And then what you'd be saying is that this digit is the sum of these other 4 cells. And that does not, in fact, work. So you actually know that ketchup goes there. And you actually also can do the same thing with this. That's where ketchup goes, just to be clear, in row 2 and in column 2 is what we're saying here. So we get those. Now, I guess these sum to at most 18, so I only know that this is not 1 or 2. I don't know that I really want to mark that as of yet. Let's see. Oh, right, it can't be 18. Right, it can't be 18. It's only 17, right? Okay, so I will mark this. So this digit here, if you look at it, it sees this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever this is. It sees this sum, and because red circle is different from this sum can't be 18. It can only at most be 17. And if you're summing to 17, then you always have a 1, 2, and 3. So this digit is at least not 1, 2, or 3 for what it is worth. Uh, let's see. These sum to at least 9, but that doesn't seem propitious. Let's see. We certainly, again, know that there's a... Oh, yeah, that's a very good point. Right. We know where the 1, 2, and 3 go in box 1. That's beautiful. Yeah. So for the same reason that this can't be 1, 2, 3, those can't be 1, 2, 3, and these can't be 1, 2, 3. I don't know why I only picked this cell for some reason. But then where do the 1, 2, 3 go? They can only go in these cells. Which is in some sense maybe not as useful as one would hope, owing to the fact that basically I've put 2 low digits on the long part of a double arrow is not completely ideal. Let's see. Screaming Ice Cube asks, what happens if this digit is small? So if this digit were a 1, then we'd have these would be at least 10 plus 4? That doesn't seem like a problem to me. 15 and 16 breaks the cross shape. So, are you looking at the fact that this goes in one of these 2 cells? So whatever this is, it goes in one of these 2, and whatever this is, it goes in one of these 2. And so, oh, sorry, this, right. Right. So yeah, so it's not that at all. That has absolutely nothing to do with it. The point is actually that these things need to actually have no more than 3 digits in common. Because if they have 4 digits in common, keeping in mind that this is not one of the digits, then there's not 4 places to put them. And so, therefore, if I make one of them 15, then the other needs to not have 4 and 5 in it. So, like, let's just say I make this... Sorry, let's just say I make this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I could not use the 4 and 5 here. So I'd have to make this one a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Spoiler, that's too big. That is 13 plus 6. That's 19. That's too big. So I can't do that. So I can't actually make any of these sum to 15, which immediately kicks 6 out of any of these cells, because 6 plus 9 was only 15. And if we try and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, that would be the only possible sum of 16. Then we run into a similar problem, because now this one is going to have 1, 2, 3, can't have 4, so could have 5, can't have 6, could have 7. This is 18, but remember 18 doesn't work because of the red cell here. So in fact, they don't sum to 16 either, and so the only possible sum is 17. And so we get some 8, 9 pairs floating around. I guess I don't really need the yellow here. That make this work. And so one of them is 1, 2, 3 plus 5, 6, and one of them is 1, 2, 3 plus 4, 7. And if I now write that down, so one of them is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. One of them is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. That means this digit, in fact, actually sees all of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is only 8 or 9. And so we can red X that 8, 9, and that's that 8, 9. Uh, okay, so we've got our 8-9 pair now. And so these are a sum to 11 and these are a sum to 11. Okay, so now Ron points out that if you look down at box 9, it's now very interesting because we definitely can't have both 8 and 9 on this line. That won't work. But we need to have one of them on the line because it's ruled out of these by Sudoku. So in fact, that's an 8, 9. And now the minimum sum of this these three cells is 8 plus 2 plus 3 is 13. Well, keep in mind, these are a maximum of 7. So these definitely have to be 6 or 7. There is no way. And there's at least a 2 on here. Oh, right. These can't both be 7, actually, is the problem. They have to be 6, 7. Because if these are both 7, that would be if they're 14, then now the 7 goes on the line, and that's a disaster. Because now I'm not 2, 3, 8 anymore. That's beautiful. That is really cool. The geometry in this puzzle is great. This one goes out to Naverio, who always says the problem with double arrow puzzles is there's no geometry. So these are 6, 7. These are 2, 3, 8. I agree. I was debating, and I think I will give those a color. So that's a 9, of course. These aren't 9 anymore. That 6, 7 goes there for what it's worth. Oh, that's right. We get a 9 dance. Can't forget the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. 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 Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, what else is left in this box? Let's see. Oh, we still got no, we don't still have a 9. Is this digit just a 4? I think this is literally just a 4, which is what Emma is saying. It is, it's not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is just a 4. One of these is the other 6, 7, and the other one is a 5. So that gives me a 5, 6, 7 triple here, which makes these a 1, 2, 3 triple, which puts some pressure here, but I don't think it's good pressure. Let's see. These are a 2, 3 pair. That might put enough pressure here. Maybe not quite. It's driving up a line whose sum I already know is big is the problem. Yeah, there just is a 9 on here, right? That sounds very useful because we've got to put 8 and 9 in this row. So we've got to put 9 here. We can't also put 8 here, or we're going to run into a problem. So there's an 8 there. So actually, this is the 2, 3 over here. If I don't use a 1, then I'm at 9, 4, 5. That's too big. So there's certainly also a 1 here. And now my minimum here is 14, actually. Which means this digit, funnily enough, isn't a 7. Because if that were a 7, this would be a 6, and it wouldn't sum to 14. And this can't actually be a 6 either, because then that would be a 7. So this is, in fact, an 8. And so it's 14 or 15. So that means it's a 1, 9 with a 4 or 5. We can repeat the same... No, we can't quite repeat the same thing. Well, we can repeat it with a 9. There's definitely a 9 over on this line over here. And the 9 here, what is the minimum digits that can go with it? We can do a 9 with a 2 and a 4, owing to this. A 9 to 4 is already 15, which is the maximum that these can sum to. So that gives me the 2, 4, 9, which is going to give me the 7 and the 8, and also the 2 in the column. That's a 7, so that's a 6. That's an 8 just by sphenage. These need to sum to 14, so that's a 5. So now we've got lots of cleanup. This is a beautiful puzzle. Okay, so this is not 1, 2. Oh, that's a 3, by the way. That's a 2. 2, 3. These we know what they are. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I somehow knew I was going to forget about that. That is not a 6. These are 5, 7, 8, 9. And we know where the 8 goes in the 5, 7, 8, 9. So no 8 there, no 7 there, no 7 there. One of these we know is a 7. So that's not a 7 either. Let's see. 8 in this row has to go in one of these two cells, I suppose. Oh yeah, we should fill in the pair in box 6. That's a good idea. From Matt Laffey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So these are not from 5, 6. It's not 7. It's not 2. This is only 1, 3, or 4. In fact, actually, this column is 1, 3, 4. This isn't a 4 owing to that. And in fact, this column is 5, 6, 7. So 7, 4 would make these 1, 2, 3, I guess. 5 in row 8 is placed. Very smart. Thank you to Mekdi. So one of these two is 5. One of these two is 8. Oh yeah, the rest of box 8 is probably worth penciling because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. So this is not a 7. This isn't a 4 either. So I guess these are 3, 6, 7. And these are 1, 2, 4. Seems to be the case. Okay. So, let's see. I know there's a 1, 3 in here. Okay, let's see. Does this combination of pencil marks tell me which of these is which? Because remember, one of these has 4, 7. So, like, either this is 4, 7 or 5, 6. Do I know which one yet? Oh, the link pinned is wrong. Let me fix that. Copy, paste, replace pinned message. There we go. See, I'm really strongly being encouraged to think about the math of these two cells, which I'm trying to put off, but I admit I can only put it off for so long. I guess the point is that if this is an 8, then that's already a minimum of 16 plus 3 is 19, and that's too big. So yeah, I guess this isn't so bad. That can't really be 8, so that's 8. Which gives me the 9 and the 8 and the 9 and the 8 and the 9 and the 8. And I guess I can get rid of these. It sounded like it was going to be very bad, but it wasn't actually so bad. And we can do the same thing with 8 going across here, where 8 is now just placed here by sudoku. The minimum sum of these is 14, I suppose, which means they need to be at least 5. Just for that, yeah, right. We're certainly not putting 9s in these either, points out Josh. And so if you ask where the 9 is in this column, it actually can only go there. And if you ask where the 9 is in this row, it can in fact only go there. So I do know one of these two is the 7 for this row, because none of these digits can be 7. So ergo, that digit at least isn't 7. Let's see. Can this really be 7? If this is 7, then I'm at 15. No, 7 is also too big. You're right. 7 is too big. So that gives me that these are 4, 7, and these are 5, 6. And we can get rid of the 5s. If I highlight the correct cells, we can get rid of the 5, 6 and make that actually a 3. And so we can get rid of the 4, 7 over here, like that. And so we've got all of that going on now. Okay. So we do need a 6 across here somewhere. Yeah, 7 in column 4 now, because now this can't have a 7 still, because that would still make the total a minimum of 18. Wait, was it 18? No, 19. Oh yeah, the use of given digits here was very slick. Yeah, given digits are a good tool. I noticed these given digits, though, weren't used, at least this one was not used to disambiguate. This one was definitely put in during setting because it was necessary for this early piece. This 5, I'm not sure. This could have been put in at the very end. So this is a 7 and a 5. I do think given digits are very clever as an idea for a puzzle. One of these is 5, so these aren't 5 at the very least. These two can't actually even be double 9 because one of these things sees the 9. If this is the 9, does it just break because it makes the maximum of this line suddenly 13? Do I know for sure this line sums to more than 13? I definitely do. Because if these again are at minimum 8 plus 6 is 14. So yeah, so that can't be 9. For what little that gets us. But if this were 9, it would suddenly bankrupt the total of this other double arrow over here. You can't use given digits, like, twice is like the absolute limit, right, Tall Cat? 3 times. Oh yeah, that's true. Tall Cat does like the 3 given puzzles. Like, I guess Tall Cat's sort of in a hurry, and so if you fill in like 5 of the digits at the start, it just makes everything go faster. Uh, I find that given digits look good with some constraints and less good with other constraints. Uh, I am not opposed to using. Two might be the maximum number of given digits I've ever put in a puzzle across my entire catalog. It's possible. Uh, but I'm not opposed to using that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So Ilm is encouraging us to maximize this digit. So we know that these sum to a minimum of 3 plus 8 is 11. So I need these two to sum to a maximum of 5. And so therefore this can't be larger than 4. And that gives me a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple across the row, which means that this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not 5, 6, or 8, which gives me a 7, 9 pair in the column. And I guess this is the last 1, 2, 3, 4. I think, right? Yeah, this is the last 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's not a 2 at least. It's a 1, 3, or 4. Okay, and so I think we can do exactly the same math over here, where we can say that these sum to a maximum. Sorry, these sum to a minimum of 11, so these sum to a maximum of 5, and so this is also a 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we get, well, some less exciting stuff there. But we do get our quadruple in the column now, which gives me that is a 7, and that's a 4, which gives me 6 and the 7. Now means that's not a 6, that's not a 4. Good. This digit is the other 5, 9 for the column, I think. Let's see. I think that Emma is trying to tell me that this is a quintuple. It's not quite a quintuple, I guess. Oh, I think Emma's actually trying to tell me that this is a triple, is what Emma's actually trying to tell me. So this is a 5, 6, or 7. Agree. I got there eventually. This is a 5, 7, 9 triple over here. So this isn't 5, 7, or 9, which is, I'm guessing, not super exciting given what I know in the column. It's funny, these two digits are exactly these two digits, but I guess that's not super exciting. Right. One of these two is 5, so that one's at least not 5. I agree with that. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? I'm not intentionally ignoring row 6. Oh, there's a 5, 9 pair in row 6. So that's a 6. That's a 5. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I should fill in, and it's not a 4. Okay, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple, so this is a naked single something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6, so that isn't. Ooh, listening to the thunder. Nice. There was a lot of thunder here yesterday. The weather report keeps saying it's not going to rain, and then it keeps raining anyway, is what has been happening here. Oh, box 2 only has one place for 5. I agree. Right. There's a 6, 7, 9 triple, I guess, is the thing to see. And then there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, so that places the 5 in both places, we'll say. So that's the 6. One of these is a 2, so that isn't. Just for the row. Let's see. 7, 9 pair, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in column 4 places the 6 there. I agree. Let's see. Is Ron saying, yeah, if this is a 1, now suddenly these are both a minimum of 5, and now we've got an 18, which we said we can't do. I agree. So this is certainly a 2 or a 3. Let's see. This is a 5. That's definitely a 9. I was hoping that was going to, like, break that cell or something, but it seems not to. In fact, I actually know these two are the same digit. This is a 6 or a 7. That's definitely a 9, but that doesn't help. I do actually know one of these two is 2 for what it's worth. Seems like it should be useful, but I don't think it is. I guess it's like the same Sudoku point that we had before. What if these two is 3? I'll try to put it off AFK. I admit I read it and was like, that's the kind of thing that I'll look back to in 2 minutes when I have given up on finding a triple or something. Like it seems very plausible to me. I just want to avoid it if I can. But yeah, that was absolutely something I read and was like, that's like right on the edge of like I'm willing to do it. Oh, you're in Arizona, Laura? That's cool. I loved Arizona when I lived there. It does resolve the puzzle. Oh no, Tall Cat wants a rebate on the last 3 years, but we'll get him a windmill dance anyway. Boop boop doop, woo, boop doop, wah, boop boop doop, wee, boop 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 boop, wah. Thank you, Zach. Okay, so the let me try to at least break the this being 6 combination, because if this is 6, then that's 9. So this is AFK's point. If this is 6, that's 9. And then the sum is 15. So then we need these to sum to 6. And so they would have to be... Wait, I did that math wrong. 7. I'd need them to sum to 7. Oh, that's horrible, though. Like, how do I show the only way to make these 4 cells sum to 7? Is that... Oh, I guess... Well, I don't know that there's 3 different digits, do you? Like, what if... I guess there have to be 3 different digits by parity? Because, yeah, I need 1 digit that's at least a 3. Yeah, I guess the way to do it is to say if I minimize it, then it's 6 if I make these both 1, 2. But then this is saying that AFK. If I minimize it, it's 6. So there's 1 degree of freedom, but I'm obligated, of course, to use the degree of freedom. And so, therefore, the only way I can use that degree of freedom is to turn a 2 into a 3. So the minimum is 1, 2, 3, 1. I'm just arguing your claim that these actually do that. And so that does, in fact, make this not a 6. Yeah, one needed to make an argument about degrees of freedom and how one was able to spend the 1 degree of freedom that you needed to argue that that was the only way to do it. Let's see. Carl asks it as, is it possible that neither of these is 4? Ah, I see. I see. That is a much better question. Uh, I'm just going to go back and undo AFK's step. Carl's point is if you look at where 4s can go in this row, and if you look at where 4s can go in this column, they look like this. And sorry, AFK. I mean, I got there on your point, but this is gorgeous. I don't think I'd have found it. I'd have done your thing if I was solving this. But the point is, I have to put a 4 in one of these, and only one of them, and therefore one of these is a 4. And if I know that one of these is a 4, now suddenly my minimum sum of this line is 12 plus 1 plus 3 is 12 plus 1 is 13 plus 3 is 16, which means it has to be a 7 and a 9. So that gives me the 9 and the 7 that we wanted. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I was hoping for, but that is a very good way to spell it out. Okay. Hey, Damien, how are you doing? So that means that one of these is a 4, and then the only way that we made this actually work. Well, this is a gorgeous puzzle, Damien. Excellent, excellent job here. So yeah, so there's no 3s here. Yeah, this is sort of fireworks-esque. I was wondering earlier if this was going to be a fireworks puzzle, but I didn't end up using it, but it's possible that there's a way to see it that would have made it fireworksier. Let's see, not a 1. Yeah, I generally try to find the nicest looking way. We all particularly love the row 1, column 1 constraint, even if some of us don't admit it. Yeah, the way, yeah, just the whole beginning of this puzzle was just art. Oh yeah, 2 in yellow would be too much, because basically I now can do the math and figure out the sum of these, because these sum to 11, so therefore these two need to sum to 5, and 2 plus 4 isn't 5. So that's a 4 and a 1. And so that's a 2, a 4. Let's see, that's a 1. I mean, really, honestly, I like showing things in multiple ways. If I'm unsure what someone will prefer, I showing things in multiple ways is fun, because then, uh-oh, I did that wrong. I just typed it in the wrong square, apparently. In the Invitation to Puzzles videos, I quite often do an argument one way and then rewind and do it the other way. I will admit I do this when I teach a lot too, and students maybe are less a fan of the here's a way to do this twice. 4, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, and I'll get rid of the coloring before we fill in the last digit, just because it'll look cleaner. There we go, and there is a 2. Gorgeous, gorgeous puzzle there. Really, really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. a lot of times the students really don't like it because they're like, well, just tell me which one is better, and then I don't quite know. Often I don't have a preference, or maybe I have a preference, but I suspect my preference and their preference will be different. Yeah, the use of the geometry here was really cool. It's hard sometimes to use geometry with double arrows, but they were used very well here. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, pull up another puzzle, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Since I've been doing a lot of line coloring puzzles in my setting lately, I figure I'll solve a line coloring puzzle. Why not? This is by Ebiggy, who I also don't think I've done a puzzle by before. At least if I have, it's been a bit. So let's enjoy Ebiggy's puzzle. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We're going to place the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and box. And then any set of sequential digits of 3 sequential digits along the gray line must contain a low, middle, and high in some order. And so let's have a look here. We also have our Kropke dots and our X pairs to go with. Okay, I guess we've got 2 of these somewhat symmetrical looking lines, so let's start by just arbitrarily coloring one of these and see if it breathes any life into our souls. Oh, I should pin the puzzle, right? Good. Copy, paste, enter, pin. None of you tell Tristan I was able to do this on my own when he asks later. Okay, we'll make those blue. We'll make these yellow. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what, if anything, we're doing with that. Because the double yellow... Oh, I guess the thing I know is that these 2 aren't yellow, is I guess the thing that shows up. Because these 2 are the same, and that color, whatever it is, it's not yellow. So these are green or blue. I guess that's not the biggest thing. I do agree, AFK, the phrasing it as, can you sum to 15 is a little bit cleaner. I liked that substitution. Martin says these two cells are the same color. Oh, it's because these are one of each color. Okay, so let's do this way. I think I just know what color this cell is because these are two of each color. So these are one of each color. That's one of each color. That means these are one of each color. That means these are blue and yellow. That means this is green. For whatever that is worth. Okay, so this is not green in particular. So this is not 4, 6. Okay, so yeah, so green isn't 4, 6. So 258 is a modular, not an entropic one. Okay, but this cell I know is not green because green's not 4, 5, 6, right? This says green's not 4, 5, 6, so we can use the fact that green's 4, 5, 6, and then we can percolate some not greens up the line. So one of these is green. For whatever it is worth. Yeah, I was trying not to go too crazy on the black dot. It can be 1, 2, 3, or 8 are the options. Okay, so this digit, if you look at it, so I didn't think this is going to get us somewhere, but I think it will actually, because like this can't be 1 because 1 would make two different colors. So this is 2, 4, or 6. And this can't be 2 because if it's 2, then it's green, and then this cell would have to also be green. So in fact, this is our 4, 6 color, whatever color that is. And this therefore must... Maybe I don't know which... I'm trying to decide if this is another 4, 6, or if this is... Sorry, if this is another 4, 5, 6, in which case it would be a 5. Or otherwise, I don't know. Right. Okay, I do know. Emma points out, because I know this isn't 4, 5, 6, and I know this isn't 4, 5, 6. So therefore, this is also 4, 5, 6. And so therefore, it's a 5. And we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Whoa. Boop-boop-a-doop. Whoa. Boop-boop-a-doop. Wee. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so we already knew neither of these was 4, 5, 6. We know this isn't 4, 5, 6. So I guess, do I want to sort of swap my... Yeah, I think I want to just uh, uncolor that, and then I think I want to actually color this. And we're going to have to replace green, of course, with purple, so that we can replace this cell, with green, and that is green. Okay, but now that we've replaced green, we don't need sort of the blue in here, right? We just need these to be I'm just going to get rid of these. Yeah, okay. So this is yeah, and we're just gonna make this yellow, I suppose. Because we know it's not purple. So we can just get rid of blue altogether. I suppose blue has been kicked out of the puzzle. Sorry, blue. How did I screw this up? Oh, these are right. The blue got replaced with green, right? Okay. There we go. Green is not a creative color. Okay, so yeah, so these now we know are yellow, because there's two of them in a row with two greens. So they're not green. And they're not purple, right? Right. They're not purple because purple isn't 4, 6. This is no longer able to be 1. So we've got that. These are something something. One of these is purple and one of them is yellow, is what these are. So yeah, one of these is green, we know. One of them is the green 4, 6. And the other is purple. And so neither of these is 5. So one of these is 3 or 7, and therefore they're both 3, 7, is the point. Because one of these is a 4, 6. And so therefore one of these is a 3, 7. Ergo, they're a 3, 7 pair. So this is not a 3. Also, 3 and 7 are the non-green colors. So this is yellow-purple, if we want to do it. So this seems to be a 2, 8 sort of X. That is all the yellows in the row. Oh, this is now just a 4. Agree. So yeah, so these are a 6 and a 2, if you look at it. And therefore purple is low because the 2 is purple. Right. And so this is a 1 or a 3 with a 7 or a 9. And so therefore, since purple is low, that's a 2 and that's an 8. So these are 7, 8, 9. This is a 1, 3. This is a 1, 2, 3. This is a 1, 3, I suppose. So one of these two is a 2. just by sudoku. Wait, how did I know this wasn't a 2? I don't think I really knew that wasn't a 2. Oops. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just going to fill that back in and just go about my business. I think I just had it highlighted when I removed that by accident. Yeah, but by the King's Move rule, yes, the King's Move would be really useful with these 7 9s, actually. It would just make that an 8 right away. This is not a 7, by the way, speaking of things that aren't things. Oh, yeah. That is always an 8. Just by asking where 8 goes in this box, because the 8 doesn't go in this column, right? So the 8 goes in this column, and then by topic lines, it just goes there. Very nice. So there's an 8 up here. Let's see, the 5 we are less okay with. These two are the same color. And these two are the same color. So these two that are the same color, that color isn't yellow, it's green or purple. And these are the same color. And at least one of them is yellow, is the way that that Emma is getting this. It took me a long time to figure this out. Where did the yellows go in row 8 is what Emma was asking to get to this deduction. One yellow goes here. Oh, actually, wait. No, one yellow could go here, and the other yellow could go there, and these could not be yellow. I think that would be okay. I'm not sure I believe that these have to be yellow as of yet. Okay. Yeah, these two are the same color. I agree with that. Because of the way the sort of the math works out. Okay, people are looking at this black dot. Is this the oh, sorry, this is the column 2 sorry, no, this is the column 2 black dot. There we go. Sorry, I was distracted trying to make the yellow thing work. Let's see, 2 3. Breaks column. I'm trying to understand, Joel, why this breaks if this is 2 3. Ah, yes. Okay, yes, because 2 3 are the same color. Right. Right. The point that Joel is making is that there's one of each flavor in column 2 left in this column, so therefore these are different, so they're not 2 3. So they're 6. Oops. So they are 6 and 7 and 3 and 2. So those are purple, not yellow or green. And then this one is green. And then this one is yellow. Okay. And so now this is purple by the same point. So it's a 1, which gives us the 3 and the 2 over there. And we can also percolate this coloring through this box to see that these are in fact both purple. and these are both green. This is a 3 just by Sudoku. Where does the 3 go? The 3 goes there. So that's a 7. Being told this cell is purple now. A lot of people believe this cell is purple. Yes, because one of these 3 cells is purple, and it's not one of those. I see. The line needs a purple, and this is the only cell that can be purple. Got it. Okay, so that's a yellow by our thing. And so now that's not yellow, because we've now got all the yellows in this column. So now that's yellow, and that's green. And so now these are both green, for the record. So now that cell is yellow. I don't think I know which one of these is 1 yet. Okay, I do know that's a 9, though, so that's a 7. This is a 4, 6. So purple means this is 1, 2, or 3, and this is 7, 8, or 9, but it can only be 9. I guess that was the easier way to do it. It's just to ask, what is this yellow? And so that is a 1, which actually is going to finish the coloring here. So that's a 1. That's green. That's a 3. That's a 2. So that's a 3, bouncing through there. That's a... Oh, right. Okay, so basically we know what color this is what Ron is saying. So this is purple, and it's a 2. And now you can ask, like, where do the green digits go? So that's the 5. These are a 4, 6 pair. That purple puts a purple here. So that's a 2, 3. Okay, and then this is a 1 or a 4, based on these things. Okay, this cell is a naked not purple. I guess these two are both not purple if you want. These are green or yellow. So one of these is a purple. Don't know which yet. I know one of these is a 1. If I would like to do this. This is just an 8. So that's a 9. Let's see. Yeah, I know one of these is a 9, one of these is an 8, one of these is a 7, I guess. Yes, that's a good spot. None of these are purple anymore, is what Carl wants me to color. And so once you know that none of those are purple, then you can ask where the other 2, 3 goes in the box, because it can't go there. It can't go in a cell that's not purple, can't go a cell there. And so that's just the other 2, 3 in the box. Which does mean that the purple digit over here is a 1, which means that this is a 4. That was a great spot to Carl. In fact, the 1 is placed in the box now, if you want, David points out. And that's a 3 and a 2, owing to the white dot. Because there's a 1 looking up at it from below AFK. These are 4, 5. Right, this is a yellow. It can't be 1 because the 1 is needed in the row in box 3 is the answer. Sorry, I read row 3, column 2. You said row 2, column 3, but it was because of the 1 in the row being needed over there. So yeah, so this is 1 of each yellow, or sorry, 2 of each yellow and green, plus a green means this cell is yellow. Agree. So this is a 7 or a 9. Okay. 2 and 3 are both down here by Sudoku, is what AFK is pointing out. And so one of them, sorry, not AFK, Screaming Ice Cube is pointing out. And so one of them has to go here, and it's the 3. And then one of these is a 2. That means that one's not the 1 anyway. Let's see. So it's either those are both purple, in which case there are 2 and a 1, or it's those 2 that are both purple. Yeah, these cells are definitely not purple. Ron points out these are yellow or green. In fact, everything here is yellow or green because we've got all the things in this row. Is it true that 1 in column 9 has to go in one of these 2 cells only? That's weird. Okay. But I think it's true. If you ask where 1 can go in column 9, I think it can only go in these 2 places. Oh, I can do better, I'm being told. Okay, so certainly it tells me that's not purple, which if I continue pushing down tells me that's not purple, so that's not the 1. And that's, oh no, sorry, this could be the 1. And so now, if you look at it, now we know one of these 2 is 1 and one of these 2 is 1. So now we ask where the 1 is in this column, and now it's there. Which then places a 2 there. That is a crazy spot. Very impressive if that setting was intentional. Okay, and so now this is not purple. This is that, I suppose. And so now that can't be 1. So that is, which means that is, which means that isn't. Oops, sorry, isn't. There we go. So now we need the remaining purples in this column have to go here because these are both not purple. So these are 2 and 3. This is some sort of green-yellow. I think we've overdone the dual coloring. It's possible. We can't be sure. One of these is 1. And one of these is 1. Okay, these are the same and these are the same is the point several people in chat are making. And so that means we've got sort of 2 of each of green and yellow plus a yellow, so that means this is green. Also, AFK would like me to fill in that this is 8, which is a good point. It is an 8. let's see. Right. This is 2 sets of pairs, so that's yellow. I agree. Okay. That's one of each, but I don't know about the rest of it. Okay, so there's a weird thing going on with the 2 and the 3 in here, I am being told. And so, of course, uh, that can't be the... Oh, sorry, no, that can be the 2. Uh, but both methods of the V work, right? I think the sort of I was doing the sort of cases in my mind. I think in both cases it works out okay, as far as I can tell. Okay, but yeah, I do agree. Sort of like because of the weirdness over here, yeah, they're all sort of going to do some oddnesses. Uh, right. AFK has a cute spot, which these are, we know are opposite colors, because if they aren't, there's 4 of that color in the column, and therefore these are opposite colors. Those are opposite colors, and ergo this cell is green. Uh, I like it. Uh, Ergo this cell is yellow, because of the pairs over there. So this is 8 or 9. Uh, let's see, 4 or 6. Hmm. Okay. 4 in column 2 is down here. Points out dweb. And so if 4 is down here, we can't put the 5 down here. So therefore, one of these two is the 5. Uh, and therefore, one of these two is the 6. Uh, uh, well, the 5 down in box 7 is certainly at most in 2 places, right? I don't think it can be anywhere but here, right? Because there's a 5 looking down from up there, and a 5 looking down from up here, and a 5 looking over from here. Right. So that means this isn't the 4 by entropy, right? Agree. That's a weird sort of push, but I like it. Uh, and of course, if that's a 4, then that's a 5. If that's a 4, then that's a 5. Uh, does seem to mean 6 is not on the line because the line is only 6 long. So one of these two is a 6. Uh, uh, oh, sorry. 8, 1 is also possible. One of these three places is a 6. Uh, okay, let's see. AFK is interested in some ketchuping through here, which is a reasonable thing to wish for. Let's see. Can we do anything beyond that? Oh, this line is that line. Right. Sorry. That's the thing I was missing, I think, is that this line actually continues into this box. Ergo... Oh, I did do it the wrong way. You're right. That is an O. That's an X. Ergo, this is an O. Because we have one more O left in the line. Right. So now that's one of each. That's one of each. So now this is X. And so now this is green. Funnily enough, that's hilarious. So it's not an 8. So it is a 4 or 6, right? Or 5. 4, 5, or 6. Now the 8 in row 3, points out Ambrose, is now my digit that's over here. Oh, crap. No, could it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, because it can't be there, and it can't be there because of that corner mark. And so now this is a 7 or a 9 up here, I guess, is... maybe not immediately useful. I guess we do know that 7 in box 1 is in one of these two cells. Then the 7 looks down, so then the 7 is in one of these two cells over here. So these two that are the same color, they aren't 7. So if they're yellow, they're an 8-9 pair. This is like the most corner marks I've ever had on the... Let's see. It's like the amount I have in an anti-knight puzzle or something. This is very cool, though. I'm enjoying the the whittling down of this. I agree one of these is the last purple cell in the box. If we just corner mark 8 and 9, then it'll all work out. So eight looks like it goes in 4 places. 9 looks like it goes in 6 places, to the best of my ability to tell. Oh, right. Sorry. 7 is off the line, right? We have proven. So 8 and 9 are on the line. So 8 is in one of these 3, and therefore 9 is in one of these 3. Just because if you split the line into halves, then you end up with that. It's now an even more corner marked box. That's true. Okay, this cell is not 8 or 9. It's not 4 or 5. So if you actually look at it, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6, 7 only because 8 and 9 are on the thing. I don't think the digits are corner marked or center marked yet, because I don't have any pairs or triples yet that I am aware of. Oh, I've corner marked every digit. Wow. I guess yes. That is a Sudokuism I guess I have never used. If you corner mark every digit, you can convert your corner marks to center marks. I guess that's just saying we have an anuple in corner marks. I guess it's just a slight extension of the if you have a pair in corner marks, then you can convert them to center marks. We have an anuple in corner marks, so we can convert them to center marks. I don't know whether to love or hate it. But I love that I can delete them at the very least. So I guess these are either both yellow, in which case they're 8, 9, or they're both green, in which case they're 4, 5. Wow. Wow, Emma has a beautiful spot, which will, I think, help a lot, which is that both of these C 9 and 8. And so they would both have to be 7 if they were yellow. So they're not, they're green. And all the X's, therefore, are green. And all the O's, therefore, are yellow. Yes, the XO chaos did definitely help, and so now this 8 is placed, owing to that chaos. This is now a 7. Let's see, that's now a 7 and a 9 over down here. I mean, if there's one thing, my tolerance of coloring nonsense is way higher than my tolerance of arithmetic nonsense, which I know is like the kind of thing that varies from solver to solver. Like some solvers would much rather like bifurcate and add 4 digits than subject themselves to this. But I'm totally here for this. Yes, this is now a 7, which makes that a 9. Which has made this a 5, so these are in fact green. 5 and 4. So this is now purple, and it's a 1. That's a 6, which is green. So this is a 7, which is famously yellow. Yeah, now basically our corner marks are now going to just resolve the entirety of this box, I'm sure. It's possible that corner marking every digit in this box was not actually a necessary step to solving the puzzle. I'm starting to suspect that. Okay, so that's a 9 and a 3 and a 2. Okay, this is now yellow because we've got our third green over here somewhere. So this is yellow, and it's a 9. Oh, absolutely awesome. I wasn't arguing about whether it was awesome or not, that's for sure. Okay, so these seem to be a 6 and an 8. Let's see. Okay, that's not an 8. So one of these was an 8, and it's not that one anymore, so it seems to be this one. Which seems to make this a 5. And I probably should actually do the, like, this isn't green and this isn't yellow business. So that's a 6, and that's a 7. Full corner mark notation. Excellent, excellent. It's what everyone wants. These are a 5, 6. Oh, apparently that one's not 5. Excellent. That one's a 6, and that one's a 5. This is 4. Oh, this is 4 or 5, but it's not a 5, so this is a 4. That's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 6. That's an 8. That's a 9. Okay, so now this has become a 6, so we have now de-yellowed it. This has become de-greened. This is not yellow. This is not green. Yeah, we better finish the coloring before we make a mistake. This is green. This is purple, actually. Oop, that's not purple. Let's try again. This is purple, actually. There we go. Got to get it for the podcast version. 4, 1, 5, 4, 6, 4, 6, 5, 4. New shade of purple invented, and a 5. That was lovely. That was it was indeed fun and extreme, as promised. Oh, there was a message. Oh no. Wow, that was super duper difficult. Fantastic deduction work. Excellent, excellent. Solve counter 85. I like it. Anyway, greatly enjoyed that one. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly with more puzzlage. So see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We have here a full deck and missing a few cards puzzle. I mentioned earlier the puzzle I just set and threw in testing involved a constraint by full deck and missing a few cards, so I quite enjoy them, and I met them at SudokuCon, and they were wonderful, as expected. All right, so we have a sum line. Okay, this is the sum line is a region sum line. I was just making sure. I was pretty sure it was a region sum line, but each box border splits this into sections of the same sum. Different lines can have different sums, and the white dots are consecutive. Okay, so we can start with the usual, which is that this sum is at least 15, and ergo these need to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the same as that, so we can catch up them. And since it's a single digit, that tells me that these numbers, and this is a single digit and it's a sum of 3 digits, so this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. And it's odd because of the fact that it's a sum of these 2 digits, which are one of each. So it's not 6 or 8. It's 7 or 9. Let's see. Could it be 1, 2, 4? No. So there's a couple ways you can argue this. I'll do the two. One is to say, the look ahead way is to say, could this be 1, 2, 4? No, because the 3 ways to make 5 are 1, 6, 2, 5, and 3, 4, and we've broken all of them. The other is to say, could this sum to 14, which is 7 plus 7, and then say, no, because the minimum sum of 5 digits is 15. Either way does indeed tell you that this is a 9, which we will bring out Zach for the 9 dance. I think this is his second 9 dance of the day, actually. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop. 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 Wah! Thank you, Zach. Oh, bye, AFK. Have a good time. So that actually makes this a 7, 8, because we need to make to 15. And so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we know that this one is odd because these are... We use an even on each of these, so that means we have to use 2 and 4. Let's see. These sum to 18. A sum of 9 that involves 2 consecutive digits just has to be 4, 5. I don't think it is a huge jump to say. So there's a 2 on this dot, which means there's not a 2 on this dot. So these are from 3, 4, 5. That dot has a 4. If you would like. This is now a 6 because it sees 7, 8, 9 in the column, and it's a sum of 3 digits. So this is a 1, 2, 3 triple. Very nice. So this is a 5 or 7. Sure. We do know that this digit is even because that sum is odd, Martin points out. So this is a 2 or a 4 only. And so similarly, this digit is even, 2, 4, or 6. So therefore, this digit is odd. And so it is 1, 3, 5, 7. And therefore, this digit is even, 2, 4, 6, 8. Therefore, this digit is odd. 1, 3, 5 are the only odds that are left, which actually backs up to tell me this wasn't ever 8, which backs up to tell me this wasn't ever... No, this wasn't ever 1. Sorry, I had to do the math. And so if that's not ever 1, this is still fine to be any of those. Okay. Right. This is no longer 1, 2, 6, and it's not 1, 3, 5. So now this is 2, 3, 4. Several people in chat are pointing out. So there's a 3 over there, and so that means that this is 1. Sorry. Yeah, this is 1, 8. So now the minimum sum of these is 14. And so this is a 7. I need this to be an 8 or a 9 only in order to make that work. Let's see. I will, just because I'm almost there, fill in that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm almost, by almost there, I mean I almost have sort of all the highs in this row. Oh, hey, Carabet. Welcome. I'm glad you're also enjoying Blueprints. How far have you made it in your own Blueprints adventures? Let's see. Mekti asked about 9 in row 5. It is not going to go there. It's not going to go here. It's going to have a hard time going there or there. It's probably not going to go in the box with a 9 either, and it's probably not going to go there. Wow. So this is now a 9. Excellent. I think I'm on about that day in my playthrough, Emma. I'm at the, like, trying to decide, yeah, I'm trying to decide about the Sanctum keys, and, like, how many of them do I really want to find, is also where I am in my current, timeline. One of these is a 9. I don't think this can really be a 9. If this is a 9, these are at least 9. Yeah, that doesn't work. This can't be a 9. So that's a 9. It would sum to at least 18, which I don't even have to do much math to decide is not what happens. Yeah, similar thought, Ambrose, that I might switch to a different game. The 9 in this row is now up here. The fact that they show up in a random order is very weird. One of these is a 9. Day 200. Wow. Row 4, column 7 is even by parity. Good. Yeah, the sum here is 15. This is odd, so this is even. Agree. Yeah, I kind of want to go back to the bookshop on a day. I perhaps break the piggy bank, but I have not had that chance yet. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I'm willing to put. I don't think I'm willing to put in 300 hours into it, I think is the version. I guess this number is pretty big, so it's maybe worth filling in. This number is at least 5. I guess it's only, oh, it's only 5, 6, or 7, right? Okay, and then so this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I suppose. Can this even really be 7, or is that too big? 7 plus 2, 3, 4 would be 16. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll finish it by cheating. That is possible. These are 5, 6, 7, and 9. I don't know how useful that is. Oh, are you claiming that if I use like a 5 on here, then suddenly those two sum to at least 11 plus 2, 3 would be it doesn't sound like too big, unfortunately. Uh I wish it was, D-Web. I wish it was. Let's see. We're making claims like that there's a 2 on here. If there's not a 2 on here, then this would be at least 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 18, which is too many. So I agree there's a 2. And if there's no 3, then we'd be at least 2, 4, 5, 6, which would be 17. And we can't get to 17 either, because that one can't be an 8 or a 9. So I agree there's a 2 and a 3. And those form a Zackwing on 2s and 3s, which puts a 2 and a 3 up here, which sadly is not exciting. Tragically, you might even say. I guess technically this dot can't actually involve an even that's larger than 4, right? In fact, it can't even involve a 5, because if it had a 5 on it, then it would already sum to 9 without the other digit. Oh, one of these cells is 2? Yeah, I guess that's true. One of these cells is 2. Let's see. Row 8, column 1 is 2, 3 for sure by row 9. Right. We can't put 2, 2, 3s down here. Very good. Okay. And so one of these exactly is a 2, 3, which forms a virtual triple, meaning I need one of these to be 1, which means that's not 1, which actually gets us a 2, 3 pair in this row. And these digits at least are not 1, 2, 3 anymore. So these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Seems not to be 9, seems not to be 6, seems not to be 6. Seems like I don't really know that much about most of these. One's not 8 at least, because there's a 1, 8 pair. These aren't 4, because there's a 4 up there. 1 in row 8 is placed, though. That's very good. Okay, there we go. That sounds helpful. Maybe it wasn't, but it felt good. I had a good feeling about that 1 in that row. This has a 7, 8 looking down at it. Excellent. So that's a 5, which makes that a 7. Which makes that not a 5, which makes that not a 6, which makes that not a 3, which makes that not a 2, which makes this not a 4. So now there's definitely a 2 on here for what it's worth. 7, 8 would be 15. Yeah, that 8, 9 pair now looks over at this cell. Yeah, that was quite a nice payoff for that series of events. cleans up 2 from row 9, column 2, right, because of this this 2 looking down, yes. So no 2 there. Uh, oh, this cell is limited because it's not 1, 2, 3. It can be 4, 5. Oops. Sorry, it can be 4, 5, and it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, wow. Just purely by Sudoku, this is only able to be 4 or 5, which is assuredly going to push this total way up, right? Because now the minimum is 2, 3, 4, 6. I guess that's fine. Never mind. Uh, yep. Which is 7 and 8, it turns out. Um, Something is up with the corner marks in box 7. Oh, yeah, I just somehow took these corner marks off. I don't know exactly. 2 and 3 are down there. That's all that was going on. Yeah, that is what we get. Yeah, these are from 5, 6, 7, 9. Oh, right, and the 2 doesn't go down here. Right, because of that. Right. If this is a 4, that's not going to work because then this is going to be 4, 5, and now the minimum is going to be bigger than the minimum that we computed before. Namely, the minimum will then be 2, 3, 5, 6. Sorry, 2, 3, 6, 7, which is way too much. So yeah, so this is a 6 or a 7. Okay, so this is a pair of consecutive digits that need to sum to a minimum of 9 in order to make this have the right sum. So these are certainly from that. They can't involve an 8. That would be too big. So they're from 4, 5, 6, 7. I agree with David there. Box 3 and 9. Box 3 and 9 do have a Zackwing on 4s, right? We do know that there's a 4 in one of... Oh, no, the 4 is in one of these 3 cells, isn't it? Do I know this isn't a 4? I'm afraid I don't. If I did, it would be very nice. This being a 1 doesn't work through a sort of weird dance through this line, because if this is a 1, that's a 2, that's a 7, that's a 6, and now this needs to be a 1 or a 2, but it can't be, is Ron's point. So this is, in fact, actually always a 3. That seems reasonable. Let's see. We haven't looked at this line like basically at all, but I don't know what to do with it. Like, We've got some high digits and some low digits over here is basically the story as I can see it. Uh, I guess that's true. In this column, we're only missing 2, 4, and 1. That's true. And this one definitely isn't the 4. So this is a 1 or a 2. That is putting some substantial downward pressure on this, although I still feel like there's a lot of leeway. Uh, uh, yeah, I guess we know the 1 definitely isn't there. Martin is sort of examining where's the 1 in this column. It can't be there. And putting the 1 here is the other place where things end up a little bit. Maybe it's feasible. Like knowing that this digit can't be a 1 seems a little bit messy. Uh, this certainly isn't 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, 9. So the high digit on this is the even digit, for whatever it is worth. Uh, uh, okay, so the like absolute maximum that this can total to is 17, I suppose, is not too helpful. Certainly I need a 6 or 9 in here, though. There's no way I get wet. So I actually have a virtual 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in row 2. Because if I don't use a 6 or a 9, the total is 6. So these can't be 6, 7, 8, 9. These are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For whatever that is worth. I only get 1 6 or 9 for what it's worth. Yeah, we definitely can't use both 6 and 9. If we use both 6 and 9, then we run out of things. So we either use 9 or we use 6. And so we do have two numbers that total at least 5, or at most 5, plus a 6 or a 9. Which I guess, like, if it's even if it's even if it's a 9, yeah, it does do something, because it does make this digit have to be actually not very high, because the actual maximum here is 14. So this is not higher than 5. It's never 2. Let's see. Very nice. Okay, so by the way, because of that, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's not 4, 5, or 2. So it's only 1, 3, or 6. 6 and 5 would require 1 and 2 up here, so this can't actually be 6. Because this can't be 1, 2. This is more than that. So this is not 6 ever. So that gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row. We've got the 4, 5 already, so this is just a 6, plain old 6, 7, or 8. This isn't 5 anymore, and it's, in fact, just 2 or 4. Uh, okay. So one of these numbers is big now. So this is now not 1, because if this is 10, now I've got a sextuple from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once you've done that, then you can go to Martin's much earlier point of where does the 1 go in column 1, and now beautifully it only goes here because, again, the 1, 2 break. So now that's a 1 and that's a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 2. Let's see, these aren't 1 or 2, these aren't 2 or 2, these aren't 1, so these aren't 3, so that is 1, so that is a 2, it's not a 1. Okay, so now, so we're now summing to 13 or 14, which means that these sum to 10 or 11. In fact, actually, just by sudoku, these are just 4, 5. Just by magic of where do 4, 5 go in this box. So neither of these are 3, because both things that are consecutive with 3 are gone, so therefore that's 3. And these are from 6, 7, 8 only. We know one of them is 7. Okay, and again, we total to 13 or 14. That's a 6, so this needs to be a 7 or an 8, for sure. Yeah, and so now several people have gone back and done the math over here of is 6 plus 5 enough? No, 6 plus 5 is not enough. So these are in fact 3, 9, and again it's summing to 13 or 14, which conveniently or inconveniently, as the case may be, both work with the 1, 2. We know there's a 6 over here now, so these aren't 6. Let's see. We know these are a 1, a 2, and a something. A 1, a 2, and the other one. And a 6. Oh, it's a 6. Well, that's helpful. Because that means that's not a 6. Which means that's a 6, I guess. Maybe that was less helpful than advertised. Okay, this can't be a 4 anymore because it would make this 4, 5, which would assuredly break that cell. This can't have a 7 on it at all, actually, because if there's a 7 on this white dot at all, it's either 7, 8, or 6, 7, and both of them are in the column. So there's no 7, so there's no 8. And so those are a 5, 6 pair, which makes that a 7, and that an 8, which makes that a 9. Okay. I liked that weirdness with the black, or with this dot. So anyway, so that's a 4. And now I do the math, 13, 12 plus 1. So that's a 6. That's a 5 and a 6. These are a 1, 2 pair. And so that is an 8 and a 1. That seems to be a 7 and a 2. Seems to be a 1 and a 2. It seems to be a 6 and a 2 and a 4 and a 2. That seems to make that a 6, meaning that these two need to sum to 9, so they need to be 4, 5 again. A lot of 4 5s in this puzzle, like 9 each or something. Let's see. These two need to sum to 9 without being 4, 5, or 3, 6. So 1, 8, or 2, 7. Sure. Oh, 6 in this row just goes here by sudoku. Let's do that. So these are a pair that consist of 7 and 8. And so this is always 1 or 2, which gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column and a 7, 8 pair in the column, or if you prefer, a 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 quintuple in the column, which leaves me with a 4, a 5, and a 9 left. We know where the 9 goes, I guess, in the column. And so this is the other 4, 5, which now makes that a right-in of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an 8. Which now... let's see. Box 7 is 1. This is a 4 or a 5. There we go. This is a 4 or a 5, but it sees a 5 from somewhere I can't figure out where. Aha, there we go. That has made that a 4. I probably should have been working on this line, since now I know that this is 13, 15, so that's an 8. So that is a 6 and a 4. That's a 3 and a 9, 4 and a 5, 4 and a 3, 5 and a 4, 5 and a 4, 5 and a 4. Okay, let's see. One of these is a 5, and it's that one. And I think we can probably mark now. So let's see. So that has become a 7, a 3, a 5, an 8, a 7, a 2, 1 and 8, 8 and 7, 3 and 2, 8 and 7 and 8 and 7 and 3 and 1 and 9 and 3 and 1. Very nice. I really enjoyed that one. That was, I always enjoy the full deck missing collabs. So that was quite nice. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have a math pesto puzzle, the bisexual lighting puzzle. So we have some region sum lines like we had in the previous puzzle, some of which are circles and some of which aren't. Topological circles, I should say. And then we also have my friend and favorite Renbon, where each of these Renbon needs to contain a set of consecutive digits, no repeats, but in some order or another. I guess I see the roping thing right away. Wait, doesn't the roping thing... Oh, no. The roping thing doesn't break it right away. Okay, so these 4 digits on the Renbon need to live in this box, but you can't repeat digits on a Renbon. So they land there, and there go, they land there. And now we can sort of continue with some green and some blue. I guess blue is a terrible choice. Some purple looks better. And so we've got that. And so actually, funnily enough, that tells us these two region sum lines, they have the same sum, which is interesting. And I agree we can note that this digit certainly doesn't repeat in its own area. Otherwise, we'd have a sum issue. And likewise, this digit ends up there. Doesn't repeat in its own thing. Otherwise, we'd have an issue. Okay. This, by the way, is a 9, actually. Because if you look at it, this is the digit that is not on this length 8 Renbon. So it's a 1 or a 9, and it's certainly not a 1. So it's a 9. Zach is really getting his exercise today. We will pull out Zach for the 9 dance again. Boop-boop-a-doop. Woo! Boop-boop-a-doop. Wah! Boop-boop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this is also a 9. So these are just 1 through 8 for whatever that is worth. There's a 9. The 9 being in here is actually kind of interesting because if you think about it now, these sum to a minimum of 19. And so that means these 3 cells, of course, sum to a minimum of 19, which is at least a little bit interesting. Let's see. Yep, so yellow definitely has an 8. That's true. That's one good thing to say. So if yellow didn't have an 8, it would sum to at most 18 at 5, 6, 7. Said yellow is min 21 without the 9? By box 1. Oh, right. This is 6 cells. Sorry. I looked at this box and kept saying, oh, it's only at least 5 cells. Yes. Yellow, it's at least 21. I just assumed this was 5 cells repeatedly. But yeah, this is a minimum of 21 and it doesn't use a 9. So this is just has to be 6, 7, 8 everywhere. And these are, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and these are 7, 8, 9. Those aren't the 9, so apparently that's the 9. Okay, so this is 7, 8. And we could go down 5, 4, 3. We can't go any lower than 3, though, so this is never a 1 or a 2. Uh, uh, so now my sum here, I guess this 24 minus x, for whatever that's worth. Oh, is this just a 3? Sorry, this is just a 3, isn't it? Because this is 21 and this is 21, so this is just a 3. Yes, okay. I'm just being silly and not paying close enough attention to what's going on. Okay. Okay, and so these are probably a 1, 2. This is at least a 3 and at most a 5, depending on how it goes about its life. Oh, it's not a region sum line. It's a renban. Sorry. Uh, okay. It is, though, because of this being 4, 5, right? This needs to sum to 9. And so, in fact, it actually did work out that way, but just by happen chance. 4, 5, and 9, and I can't put the 9 over here, so the 9 has to go here with a 4 and a 5. Oops, with a 4 and a 5, not a 9, and so this is a 3 or a 6. This is the other, or sorry, this is 1, 2 over here, because of that length 2 region sum line. Right. This is 3 or 6. Sorry. Yeah, this is 3 or 6. It can't be 4 or 5, so it might take a second to realize this can't be 4 or 5 because actually it sees this 4 or 5 pair in a sort of interesting way. So then it's 3 or 6, but it's not 3, so this is just a 6. So that's a 6 and a 5 and a 4. So no 6 there. I guess this renban doesn't, strictly speaking, need to have a 5 on it, although it probably does, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. That's a good spot. I can't repeat 6, 7, and 8 on the renban. I can't make these 6, 7, 8. So this cell at least is a 7, 8. And we've got 2 of 6, 7, 8, plus 1 more digit over down here. Oh, sorry. Sorry. It is actually just these cells. Sorry. There's only... I keep miscounting cells because of my assumption that lines don't overlap, when the lines do, in fact, overlap. So yeah. So this is a minimum, though, of 6, 7, and 1, I guess. How long is this renban? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's 9 long. Okay, so it's got everything. So it's a minimum of 14. So that means that these are just from 6, 7, and 8, actually. Oh, they can only be from 7 and 8, actually, if you look at it. Because I need to get to a minimum of 14, but I can't use a 6 or a 9. So these are just 7, 8. Which means this could be like 6, 8, 1. Or 6, 7, 2. So this can only be a 1 or a 2 in any event, because these sum to, and they definitely have a 6. I guess is the other thing that I should say. Yes, that 7, 8 pair now gives me a 6 there. Agree. And we've got a 6, 7, 8 triple over here. Yes, there's a column 3, 7, 8 pair sneaking in up there. Yeah, so that's a 6. I guess we can give stuff their colors. Seems rude not to, I suppose. Yes, the other 7, 8 in column 4, Mekti asks about, and so it's not there. And so it's there because you can't repeat it on the Renbon. Very nice. So that is the other 7, 8. Okay, now this number can't actually be very large. Now this number is at most 5, I guess. Very good spot from Emma. This length 5 Renbon has a 7 or 8 on it, so it has to go down at a very minimum to 6. And that's the 6. Very nice. Okay, and then we've got a 5 over here somewhere, and we might, and not a 9, or sorry, not a 4, actually, and so we can't go down to 4, so this has to be 5 and 9. There's nothing else that it can be. Which then lets me finish out the column down here as a 1 and a 2, actually, which I suppose I know are green. Oh, and actually I know 5 and 9 are purple for what it's worth. This is green. I'm being told this can't be 9. Yeah, that's true, because this number here is actually, in fact, the rest of this column, if you want, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's just nothing else left in the column, and ergo this sum is at most 14, so this at least is not 9. So one of these two is the 9. Down here, I agree. Oh crap, it's a Renbon. My brain is not doing well with the identifying whether things are Renbon or region sum. I mean, these are it's still true that these numbers are at most 5. So yeah, so this can't be 9 for a different reason, but similar. This means it goes down at least once. Could go down twice. Who knows? Or 3 times. Oh, 5 in box 8 is just placed by Sudoku. That's good. Which then means that this definitely needs a 1. I think this one is a region sum line, right? And so now we know one of these two digits is 5, because we need a 5 on here and it's not up here. And so that tells me at least that digit isn't 5. Oh, there's a 1, 2 pair in this row, by the way, that I never saw because I wasn't good about my coloring. By the way, this is never getting down to 1. or 2 for that matter. This is only getting down at most to 3. If this is a 4, then I need this to be... I don't think this can be a 4. Doesn't that break the Renbon? Yeah, that doesn't work. If this is a 4, then the Renbon has to be 5, 6, 7, 8, but there's not room for it. So this is in fact a 3, which means it's green. Enjoy the ice cream. So that's a 3, which has made this a 4 and a 5. Those are both purple. Now, if there's no 3, that means we do indeed still need a 4, though, because I can't have both 7 and 8. So the 4 goes there, and my 7 goes here, which is going to resolve the 8 and the 7 and the 6 and the 8 and the 7 and the 7 over here, as well as the 8 and the 7 over here. This is green. That's green. This is not 1, 2 anymore. Oh, this seems to be a 7. And I seem to have missed it. Oh, I need to solve for this value, right? So yeah, 15 is 14 plus 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. I was about to do the same with this, so that was not going to be good. One of these two is a 4. One of these two is a 1. 6 is placed here by Sudoku, I see from chat. This is the other 7, 8 in this column, for what it's worth. This can't be a 1, 2, for what it's worth. So one of these two is 1, 2. So if this is 1, 2, the reason it doesn't work is that would have to be a 1, 2, and it can't be. So this is at least a 3, could plausibly be a 4, but it can't be a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is only 3 or 4. And so the absolute maximum that these two things can sum to is 6. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one's not a 1 or a 2. And so, in fact, actually, because the sum is at most 6, and this one's at least 3, this one can't be a 4 or a 5. This one's always a 1 or a 2. Now, if these two 1, 2s are the same 1, 2, then these two are the same 3, 4, but I don't know about that. Yes, this row, I can ask where 8 goes, and it goes there. And so we've got a 1, 2, and a 9 left. That's the 9. So that is the 1, 2. And it's a 2, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 1. So they are the same. This is the shame line of the puzzle. I do not like it when region sum lines turn out to be the same sum on both sides. Okay, let's see. So these are the same 3, 4 for whatever it's. This is a 3, 4, 5, so that's a 1 just by Sudoku, of all things. I mean, I don't love the 2-cell ones, but especially the 4-cell ones. Let's see, that has come down here and gotten me that 2 and that 1. So that's a 2 just by Sudoku. One of these is a 9, and the other is a 6. That's the one that's the 6. That's the one that's the 9. So that's a 9. So this is a 3. This is a 5. So that makes that a 4 and that a 5. That's the 4. And so that's the 3, which has finally made this a 6 and this a 3, which makes that a 3 as well, remember. 8, 6. Okay. 4, 5, 4, 5, 3. Because of the 4, 5 pair. Okay. We've still got 1, 7, 8 and 1, 2 to place over here. We've got a 9 to place here. And then this is a 6, 7, 8. So now that's purple. That's purple. Okay, we've got all the purples in this row. And we've got all the yellows in this column, so this is green. And that's purple. And now we've got all the purples and yellows, so that's green, and that's yellow. Okay, so now we can fill in the 5 and the 9, and the 4 and the 5, and the 4 and the 5. We can fill in this cell, which should be helpful. Like that. That is a 2. That's a 7 and an 8. That's a 4 and a 5, and a 4 and a 2. Very nice. The coloring actually was not even useless at the end there. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that. Let me dig up a 6x6. I think I probably can do that without going to break. If I am fancy and sophisticated in my ability to scroll through this. Let's see. I have something called Chaos Sums Example. Okay, by Jacob and Woofer. Okay, let's see if we can understand what is going on here. Normal irregular Sudoku rules apply, but the regions must be determined by the solver. All regions are orthogonally connected groups of 6 cells. Shade each cell in the grid either yellow or blue. All cells in a region must be the same color. Okay. Clues outside the grid are Japanese sums clues for each row and column. Either all or no clues are provided. I should probably turn off my row column labels, by the way. That's going to get distracting real fast. Oh, this came with a built-in color palette. I didn't know you could do that. But apparently this came with a built-in set of colors. For each row, a whole new world that we're in. Each group is separated by at least one blue cell. Clues to the left of the grid indicate the sums of the contiguous blue cells. Okay. So these are contiguous. Oh, yeah, I should get you a new link. Copy, paste, enter. Place the pinned message. Okay, so yeah, right, okay, and that's what this yellow and blue thing here. This yellow is telling me the columns are giving me sums of groups of yellow cells, and the rows are giving me sums of blue cells. So that is the use of the floating blue and yellow squares that I was also somewhat confused by, but David and I think, figured that out at about the same time. Okay, and then clues are ciphered. Each distinct letter represents a unique digit from 0 to 9. A question mark can be any value. Okay, so I... Oh, and I guess this is just an A. I suppose. Does it say that in the rules somewhere? Anyway, the A and double A of necessity are 1 digit and 2 digits. And so I've got a one sum or a one thing and a 2 length one in yellow. And then I've got to separate that from the last one here, which is my last yellow. And I guess I know that that's yellow and that's yellow as well. Yeah, 6 is famously not 7, 8, or 9. So do the rules actually say that this is a thing? I assume they do, but I could not find it. Okay. And then this is a huge sum because this is summing to a 2-digit number. And A is, yeah, A is a minimum of 5, right? Oh no, sorry, minimum of 3. Sorry, it could be 3. So this is actually a minimum of 13. And a minimum of 13 is at least 3 cells. So I need both of these to be blue by this clue, which means I need that to be blue, which means that's blue as well, for the record. Okay, well, this yellow needs to get out, or it's not going to be the right size, which means that's blue. Right, this blue escapes. I could turn on the dashed grid for this. That's probably good. Okay, and so this digit just is an A. So this digit is that digit, is that digit. And so now this is the 2-cell sum. And therefore that's blue. So now this is a region. This blue is going to have to get out. This yellow is going to come over here. This is red circle, right, by the clue. And these two sum to red circle. Right, the row 1 yellow is going to need to grow. Okay, and so the yellow is a double-digit thing, so that's definitely yellow, which means this blue needs to grow, because keep in mind this blue needs to get to the right size. So this yellow needs to escape. And this blue needs to escape again. So these are like from 4, 5, 6, and definitely include a 6 now, because they're a 2-cell sum. So that means A is not 6 anymore. I agree. You started typing and somehow hit a secret key combo that put a black square over the screen. Wonderful. Oh, right, this is a B. And this is a 4, a 6, and a B. No, sorry, it can't be a 4, a 6, and a B. It's true, B's also not... Actually, B could just get away with being 6 because this might not be in the same region, unfortunately. Uh, uh, oh, right. These are blues. Right. I can't do 4 digits, right? So that's definitely yellow. I agree. Uh, oh, neither of these can be yellow because of this clue. Right. Sorry. These are both blue. I kept thinking this had one more thing to go, which is why I was confused. Uh, it did not, in fact, have one more thing to go. Uh, okay. So there are 3 yellow regions and 3 blue regions. Is that what we're concluding? Because there have to be at least 3 blue regions and at least 3 yellow regions, so there's 3 of each. Uh, uh, okay, well, B is also assuredly not completely enormous. I don't think the rest of it has to be blue. Uh, uh, B is from 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise, the column 3 sum is too high. Uh, right, because these digits sum to at most 18. And so, yeah, so B is 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. No problem, Edwardle. This is a slightly weird rule set for a puzzle. This is actually an example puzzle, is why it's called an example for a presumably impossible-ish version with more things going on. Uh, let's see. I guess the A in here is in one of these 2 cells. Uh, I'm not sure I know. Do I? But I do know this is yellow, right? Okay, yes. I do know this is yellow because if B is 1, 2, 3, or 4, I'm certainly not making it a 3-cell sum. Somehow the fact that it's a different color in rows and columns is throwing me off way more than I feel it ought to. Uh okay, so now this is assuredly yellow, or we've definitely broken the puzzle, right? Oh, maybe not. Sorry, no, not. Actually, I think that is true. Because yeah, if this is blue, it's got to connect over here to meet its friends, and then that's not going to work. Likewise, here, if this was blue, it would need to meet its friends, and then I've severed the world. Uh, and likewise here, it doesn't work. Uh, there's only how many blue cells are there left? There are 3 more blue cells, I suppose. Uh, 2 more yellow. Uh, A is in one of these 2 cells, I guess, in this row, for whatever that is worth. B, I know, is in one of these two cells. A is in one of these two cells. This thing sums to question mark A. So it'd have to be 4, 5, 6 if A was 5. It's because we know there's 3 of each color, and if one of these was blue, it would have forced the blue to come down through here, and that would create more blues than we have left, because we only have 3 blues left. So basically, by the fact that I need to actually connect the 3 blues to the current blue mass, yeah, it severs yellow in an untoward way. Because the yellow also has to be kept in groups of 6. I mean, I know this cell is small, I suppose, ish. I know this cell is big-ish. Not that big. I mean, I know this is this. But if you did that as your last blues, then you've used all your blues. And so now your blues are disconnected. I wanted to introduce an additional color. That this is that. Okay, that's a terrible contrast. What about that is that? Uh, uh, so one of these two is green circle, I guess. Good enough. Yeah, if A is in this sum, then it's an A with a 4, 6. And that would certainly be a 4, 6, which would complete this this business. But I don't see that breaking immediately. Hey, AFK. Virtual region in row 1, 2, 3, column 2, 2, 3. Not quite sure what you're doing. I know one of these. No, it's one of these two that's green. Oh, yeah. If A is 5, okay, yeah, I agree that if A is 5, then this is 4, 5, 6, and now that's a 4, 5, 6, and these two are 4, 5, 6. That just, that's too many 4, 5, 6s. So A is never 5. A is 3 or 4, which means this 2-digit sum to A has a 1 in it, for what that is worth. Right, so these aren't 5s anymore. They are 3, 4. That is 3, 4. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4 in principle. No, not those. Sorry, that one is the one that's from 1, 2, 3, 4. Certainly these are from 1, 2, 3. Let's see, something. Am I now unable to extend this because of having too many 1, 2, 3, 4s in the row? If this were a 2-cell B sum, then B would be the other 3, 4. And yeah, so I guess if this extends, then B's not in this sum, and B's not there, so that would have to be B. So if this extends, B is 3, A is 4, and this is 1, 2, which is fine. Okay. One of these 1, 2, 3s definitely goes here because we know the minimum sum of these is 13, which means that we can't go. Which means I can't put 2, 1, 2, 3s in this sum in row 6. Because if I do, then those sum to at most 5 plus a 6. So one of the 1, 2, 3s from here goes there. Oh, in fact, Playmaker does even better. We actually just outright know that this is a 1 because 1, 5, 6 isn't enough. And we can't repeat the 1 inside of here. And so now there is a 2 or a 3 inside this sum. Because that 2, 3 now is in the sum. So 5, 6 plus 3 is 14. That's the most. I guess I know there's a 6 in the sum, right? Because if I don't, then I'm at most 5, 4, 3, which is 12. So one of these digits is 6. So one of those two digits is 6 for what it's worth. Right. A is not with 4 and 6 because these digits are not A. And so if this were A46, it would not have this digit, right? So A is in fact here. Wow. So this is 3, 4. That is surprising. How is this placing a 6? This green circle is in one of these two cells in column 3. I'm trying to understand AFK's math is that these digits can't sum to 12. 1, 2, 3, 6. We do know where green circle is now, right? Because green circle is not red circle. And so green circle and the hook is here. Now we don't know if green circle is 6 or not. Oh, it's a Sudoku problem? If this is 1, then I'd need a 2, 3, 6 here, and it breaks those cells, is what AFK is saying. Yeah, AFK is making an irregular Sudoku observation. So the last digits of the sums in column 3. Uh, 245 doesn't have a 6 in it. How did we get this 6 corner mark? I don't remember. Is the 6 corner mark just wrong? It's possible the 6 corner mark is just wrong. Oh, no, it was row 6. It was blue. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Sudoku with the 6 corner mark in blue. But only because of the weird geometry thing, right? Because if the B equals... I don't understand the mod 10 argument. I'm missing a piece of it. I do like the 6 plus 4 doesn't work. Yeah, this circle just can't be 4 because then I'd have B in this column twice. That's a very nice argument. So circle is 3. Love that. Okay, so this is not 3. That's not 3. Conveniently, 3 is 1 plus 2. Okay, these are all 4, 5, 6. We know that one's not 6. That one's 4, 5, 6. Oops. That's 4, 5, 6. I guess that's 4, 5, 6 as well. Sure, why not? So B's not 3, I guess we know for lots of reasons. So 3 plus 6 is 9. Right, we said there's not a 4 in here. That was the whole point, is there's no 4 in here. Was really how I proved that A wasn't 4 was to observe that there was not a 4 in this sum. So in fact, this just has to be 3, 5, 6, which is 14. And hence B is 4. Uh, can I update it? 5, 6 pair in row 1. That makes those 1 and 2. Not those 1 and 2. Right. All of these are together in a region, and so we have all of 4, 5, and 6 here. So therefore, this region can't claim that. So I was wondering how on earth we were going to do this. And now this all goes together, and so we chaotic construction our we get our shame region. Oh, this isn't the 6, by the way. Question mark A is third. Oh, I guess I don't even have to think about it. I can just write it in, right? These are 2, 5, 6. Not that one. This one's not 6. This is 2 or 5. Yeah, we only get one more yellow cell, so that cell's definitely blue. This sum to B can only be one cell, actually, because if it's 2 cells, it would be 1, 3, and that doesn't work. So that's, in fact, the last yellow cell. So these are blue. That's a 4. Suddenly, I am just overshooting every time. Okay, so that is a 2. Okay, this is the XE56. So this is the OE56. That's the XE56. That's the XE56. Oh yeah, I guess we can finish this region because all of this has to be part of one region. And so that is the remaining piece of my region. You can ask where OE56 goes in column 6, and we actually know the answer because it can't repeat in hook, so it has to go there. So that's OE56. That's XE56. Okay, these digits, let's see. That digit is just a 1. Let's see. These are 3 and 4. Oh, there's one more green circle that we can place here. We can get rid of this line, by the way. So 5, 6. These are a 1, 2. Can the 6 be next to the 3 in row 3? Oh, right. This is the thing. Okay, yeah, Ed Wordle has it. This needs to be a single digit, and that can't be a 6. So that's a 5. And in fact, that's a 1, or it'll still be bigger. Was going to be a bit before I remembered that there were clues in the puzzle. Okay, so Circly is 5. Xe is 6. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. This is a 2. That's a 4. That's a 6. That's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 4. one of these is a 1 and the other one is a 3. So that's the 3 and that's the 1, which gives me the 2 and the 1, which gives me the 6 and the 2. Excellent. I'm somewhat afraid to see the example, but I enjoyed this. I kind of want to do. I'm not going to do it now, but I do kind of want to do the example. Does sound neat. Or sorry, the full puzzle does sound neat. Of course, it's a Jacob Newhofer's puzzle, so it's definitely 5 stars. But we'll do that some other time, perhaps. But that is going to be all for today. Neato burrito indeed. I could use a burrito right now. Yes, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Again, you can look forward to, I will have my next puzzle titled The Modularity Conjecture. It should be posted soon. So if you're looking for it, I'll definitely post a note in the Discord if you want to see that. But anyway, a huge thank you for everyone who supports the stream. It's been great fun hanging out with all of you. If you'd like to support the stream, you can do that in all the ways that YouTubers always say. You can like the stream by clicking the thumbs up button, which please, please, please do. You can leave a comment about how awesome the stream was and how much fun you had. You can steal your friends' credit cards, just like all the YouTubers ask you to do, and commit assorted kinds of fraud that result in me getting money after you have appropriately laundered it. There's a guide over on the Discord for that. And any other ways. So if you would like to support it with your own money, you can do that as well. We also appreciate that. So thank you, everyone. And I'll see you all real soon. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Tyson. Thank you so much. See everyone soon. Bye for now.